Before I ask Pastor Rock to lead us in a word of prayer, I would ask if we can observe a moment of silence for those recent deaths in our country and as well throughout the world who have perished from COVID-19. Pastor Rock?
Good morning. May we bow our heads in prayer. Father and God of us all, we humble ourselves before you, Father. We thank you for another opportunity we get to come here and to talk and to bring the business of our people before you. These times have been really trying times for us, O Lord. And it seems as it gets that way more and more each day. We ask, O Father, your hands of mercy upon us. We ask, O Lord, that you would look down on us with compassion and spare us from the inevitabilities of this COVID virus. We pray for those who have lost members of their family recently, not just here in Belize, but around the world, where people are suffering the anguish of the loss of a loved one. We ask, O Father God, that even as we debate here today, that we'll be mindful of the brevity of life, of how we can be here today and gone tomorrow. May we use our time wisely before you, Lord. We ask that you will guide us and lead us through the efforts of our President, and that our remarks and our conversation will be well fitting and pleasing before you today. We humbly ask your presence in this august place. In the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Honorable members, by letter dated 14th August 2020, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, number 3, Bill 2020.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I rise to take charge of the following bills. 1, the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, number 3, Bill of 2020. 2, the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Amendment Bill 2020. 3, the Customs Regulation Amendment Bill 2020. And 4, the Labor Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Paper.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number 86/1/13, which is the supplementary appropriation number 3 schedule for the fiscal year 2020-2021.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Motions relating to the business or sitting of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Resolution authorizing the accession by Belize to the agreement establishing the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, Motion 2020. Mr. President, I move that whereas the agreement establishing the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, hereinafter referred to as the agreement, was signed by Belize on the 2nd of August of 2006 in Belize City, and whereas the objective of the agreement is to establish the implementation agency for crime and security to implement actions designed to ensure the realization of the objectives of the Regional Crime and Security Agenda as agreed by the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM. And whereas the government of Belize is desirous of acceding to the agreement pursuant to Article 21 of the agreement, and whereas Section 61A, subsection 2A of the Belize Constitution as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act number 13 of 2008 provides that the Senate shall authorize the accession to any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to accede to the agreement establishing the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, a full text of which is hereto annexed.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Motion 2, extending the period of public emergency in the country of Belize declared by proclamation of the Governor General on the 6th of August 2020, motion 2020. Mr. President, I move that whereas Section 18, subsection 2 of the Belize Constitution provides that the Governor General may, by proclamation which shall be published in the Gazette, declare that a state of public emergency exists for purposes of Part 2 of the Constitution. And whereas Section 18.3 of the Belize Constitution provides that in order to have effect, the proclamation must contain a declaration of the Governor General that he is satisfied that a public emergency has risen as a result of the outbreak of the infectious disease. And whereas Section 18.4 of the Belize Constitution provides that a proclamation made under Section 18.2 may be made so as to apply only to such part of Belize as may be specified in the proclamation. And whereas Section 18.5 of the Belize Constitution provides that a proclamation made by the Governor General for the purpose of and in accordance with Section 18 of the Constitution shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for a period not exceeding 1 month, but may be extended from time to time by a resolution passed by the National Assembly for further periods not exceeding in respect of each such extension a period of 12 months, and may be revoked at any time by a resolution of the National Assembly. And whereas having been satisfied that a public emergency has arisen in the entire country of Belize as a result of the outbreak of the infectious disease known as COVID-19, the Governor General, by proclamation made on the 6th day of August of 2020, by statutory instrument number 110 of 2020, declared that as at 7th day of August 2020, a state of public emergency exists in the entire country of Belize, and that the proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for a period not exceeding 14 days, or such longer period not exceeding 12 months, as may be determined by resolution passed by the National Assembly. And whereas recognizing that the period of public emergency shall expire at the end of the day on the 20th day of August 2020, and being satisfied that the period of public emergency persists in the entire country of Belize as a result of the outbreak of the infectious disease known as COVID-19, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that a period of public emergency persists in the entire country of Belize as a result of the outbreak of infectious disease known as COVID-19, hereby extends the period of public emergency in the country of Belize for a further period of 14 days.
Senator Salas.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning to all my colleagues. In rising to support this motion to extend the period of public emergency for another 2 weeks, Mr. President, I would like to make some reference to some figures and some brief comments, essentially stating the obvious, that we are in a very, very bad state. Just on the 31st of July, there were 48 cases in the country, accumulated cases. 15 days later, we were at 452. And 3 days after that, 101 more. So, in the span of 18 days, there was over 1,000% increase in cases, a factor of 10.5. I think the last time I compared us to the region, we were at number 4 in the region. We could very quickly get up to 3 and maybe even 2. I don't think even if we I don't think we could ever surpass Haiti. I hope not, but we are at number 4, and that is extremely bad. So up to the end of July, and in reference to the tourism industry, we were still able to say that moving forward, we could refer to Belize as a safer haven compared to other places. I regret to say that now we are in such a bad state that we cannot make that claim anymore. And this is what I hope Belizeans realize, that the more that we insist in not abiding by the safety protocols, the greater the risk to our nation, the harder things get, the longer it will take to get ourselves out of this hole that COVID has carved out for our country. More than ever now, we need to work towards a national unified efforts, national unity, more than ever. And as I've said before, it's a pity that this is an election year, because there will be a mad race to try to win. And that's what political parties do and are expected to do. But we need to always keep in mind that these numbers are horrendous. And I just saw a notice about a 5th death attributed to COVID. This is getting very close to home, I'm sure, to every single one of us here. Very close to home. To use a personal example, 2 of my employees that work at my home and a store that's attached to my home have come down positive. Thankfully, the contact they had was after they had left work. San Pedro linked again. Now, if these employees had not been responsible enough to tell us, I think I shouldn't go to work until I get confirmation of my status, me, my wife, my 2 daughters would be infected right now. This is how close it has gotten to my family, and how close I'm sure it is to many Belizeans. So, as the Director of Health Services has said, we need to in our actions, assume that everybody has. Everybody has. And by so doing, we'll do all we can to protect ourselves and protect others from ourselves. So I was very pleased when I saw at last week's House meeting that every single representative and speaker kept on their face masks throughout the session, and I commend them for that. And I look forward to us doing that here in this upper chambers today as well, because we have to set the example. As I have mentioned before, wearing a face mask is not necessarily to protect ourselves from others, but to protect others from ourselves. That is the importance of the face mask. So I wrap up my comments on this, Mr. President, by asking us to consider exploring our future sessions to be done virtually. I'm not sure how that can work. I know that my colleague had made such a recommendation last week, which I supported. I saw another social partner senator supported that. But I think if Cabinet can meet virtually, and I understand they did so yesterday, I think we should consider exploring that for the House and for the Senate, because things are really bad, and they will get, now that it's community spread, will get even worse. And we don't want to, I fear that word lockdown. I fear it, because we all know what a lockdown has done to our economy, and what another one could keep doing. So I just ask us to consider these things, and I ask our fellow Belizeans to be more responsible in their actions, and to accept and recognize that these laws that we are passing and amending are meant to protect us. As a result of the horrible situation we're in right now, we'll be debating and possibly approving some amendments, some draconian measures. Draconian measures. But it is because of where we are. It is because of our situation right now. And we must do something to try and slow that spread, slow that increase. And whilst I will continue to say that we must keep with the education and awareness, and I commend the police department for their efforts in raising public awareness with the limited resources that they have. I commend the Commissioner of Police for going around Belize City, reminding people to follow the rules instead of immediately arresting and charging them, give them a chance. But there's a limit to the chances that can be given because this has gotten so bad. So I guess that's all I wanted to say on that, that the only way we can shorten the painful times is if we all cooperate and we try to work together as best we can. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, number 3, Bill of 2020. Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March of 2021.
I recognize Senator Lizarraga.
Mr. President, I have but a few brief comments on this. By way of explanatory notes, a paper was provided to us that suggested that this $2.2 million is for legal and commitment fees, superbond consent solicitation. Once again, we draw to the attention of this Honorable House that we have no details. We don't know how much was legal fees. We don't know who those legal fees were paid to. We don't know what were the committee fees and what is superbond consent solicitation. I mean, legal fees and committee fees, I guess in respect to our request for this selective default scenario. Thank you. It would have been nice, Mr. President, for us to be in an effort to be fully transparent, to know who received the legal fees, because again, at a time like this, $2 million an hour drop in the bucket. We have to be very careful of the resources that we have and how we expend them. And was there a process to select the lowest bidder for the legal fees? I don't know. We have seen tens of millions of dollars disbursed in this house for legal fees, and there have been many questions that has arisen because of our expending those fees. And I think that as we move along through this crisis, health and financial crisis, we have a responsibility to ensure, again, and we keep repeating ourselves, that we get full bang for our buck. Our resources are extremely scarce, and $2.2 million is a lot of money. So I would like to request, quite frankly, from the Financial Secretary that we be provided with those details so that we can support it and say, in fact, there was no alternative, you know. In fact, we did try to save. So With your permission, Mr. President, I suggest that we ask the Financial Secretary to provide us with a breakdown of those fees. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021 be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st day of March 2021.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Crime Control and Criminal Justice Amendment Bill of 2020. Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Act, Chapter 102 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the offences for which a magistrate shall not grant bail and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize Senator Lizarraga.
Mr. President, we rise in support of this bill. We think it's long past due. And we're happy to see that it is being put in place. When we entered into this COVID reality, way back in March, April, we acknowledged and we heard and we said that the greatest risk that we face was these border jumpers. We recognized that we had a lot of communities that created their own borders, so to speak, and where informal crossings were a matter of culture, practice, and was in fact taking place for donkey's years. We are happy to see that we're finally deciding to put some teeth into these types, towards penalizing, these types of behaviors. Our heart goes out to those people on the front line. And I'm talking now, we have BDF, we have frontline personnel, health personnel, public health personnel. We're seeing community spread now all over the place. And our public service people are being affected because of this type of irresponsible behavior that was allowed to continue for so long. So we make no apologies in supporting this bill. Mr. President, there are, however, a couple of areas that come to mind that I'm not sure how we're going to handle them. And I'm thinking here, Arenal, and that area like Treetop, where you have border communities that have close links on both sides. You have Belizeans on one side, and they frequent across this line that is not totally defined or not easily defined. And I'm wondering, while it needs to be addressed, what is our plan to address this situation in those areas? Is it that we're going to have increased military presence, police presence, immigration presence, etc.? which many of us have been calling for a long time. Because it is absolutely critical that we try to contain as best we can. We had been doing a pretty good job up until these people were allowed to behave the way they irresponsibly behaved the way they behaved, and came into our country using either illegal entries or not following the established protocols. It is a travesty, as my colleague had mentioned earlier, that now this health crisis that we're in now is going to also affect our economic crisis that we're in. Because while there may have been a hope that we could have advertised, promoted Belize as this COVID-free haven and encouraged some semblance of the tourism sector to begin to try make an effort to come back, following tight guidelines, of course. No, that is at risk. That is at risk. And while I don't lay all the blame at the feet of our security forces, the government must recognize that it has a responsibility for security, especially security from outside threats. That is a given. That is a given. And it is unfortunate, colleague, as you rightly say, that it's an election year, because we know of these things that have been happening in these communities for so long, and we failed to address them. We knew the risks. Remember, this thing started from March. We started talking about that risk of border jumping. And yes, much has been done. And kudos to those efforts that were done. And I hate to sound like it's Monday morning quarterbacking, but more should have and could have been done. And now, today, after the horse is out the gate, we're trying to now put in what many will define as draconian. But I believe that there are measures that we have to take. Our message has to be sent in the loudest possible voice that if you participate in this type of activity, you are risking not only our health, as is clearly visible right now, but you're further putting at risk our economic health and survival. And you're delaying the possibility of a recovery from a sector that we need to recover as soon as possible. Many of these people, we have to face the reality, Mr. President. Many of these people make a living and a livelihood from the activities that they participate in. And I'm not saying that we support that type, but it's a reality. It's a reality. And we need to deploy more than just the stick for those communities. We also have to be able to deploy a carrot. Because for many people, this is how they make their livelihood. This is how they survive. This is how they take care of their families. And we have to recognize that. Yes, we have to stop it. But yes, these people need to live. We need to provide for their livelihoods. We need to provide for their families and their children's livelihoods. And we need to invest in the long-term things that we need to invest in. We need to question as well, why is it that they go across? Why is it that goods in El Chor or Guatemala or Mexico are cheaper than in Belize? And the hard fact reality is, Mr. President, is that for the most part, it's because of our taxation policy. So,
policy and trade issues have to do with bail for border job. I'm trying to hold my seat, you know, Mr. President.
Honourable member, I will grant you leeway in the debate, but remember you just have to focus on the issue. I mean, it's kind of wide in relation to.
well, Mr. President, it is obvious that we have failed to address this situation for a long time, and unless we fully comprehend what has created that environment.
You can, honourable member, I don't want to, but you.
I'm
you
having
can-
difficulty hearing you, Mr. President.
Sir, honourable member, you can make that comment, but that can't be the purpose of your debate.
No, it's not the purpose. I'm trying to be rounded. I'm trying to be comprehensive. And I'm trying to say, and I will repeat myself, that here we are with the big stick approach right now. And I'm saying that we need to have a carrot approach as well. Right? We have to be balanced, Mr. President. I know one thing will fix this issue that we have in front of us, you know. It's more complex than that. So we can't be applying all the band-aids. And that is what this is. It's a band-aid. It's a band-aid. It's a band-aid that we need, yes, because we're bleeding. We desperately need it. We need a big bandage, a whole host of bandages up and down the border. And apparently even at the airport and at the port. But we need more than that. We need more than that, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Senator Schwartz.
Mr. President, just a few brief comments. So, Mr. President, the intention behind this legislation is to take away or to take the discretion from a magistrate to grant bail to these so-called border jumpers. And while I have no real difficulty with that, because there are other cases, there are other criminal charges in which magistrates similarly do not have a discretion to grant bail. My concern here, Mr. President, is what happens when one of these persons are caught? What is the process? What are the protocols to be followed from the time that person is caught to the time that person reaches the Supreme Court to obtain bail? Is it that these people are going to be held first in quarantine centers and they're going to be tested, and at the end of 14 or 21 days they are then taken to court for an arraignment? What is the process, Mr. President? And beyond that, where are these quarantine centers that these people are going to be held if that is the intention? I can tell you, Mr. President, that there are some major concerns with some of these quarantine centers. There is one in San Ignacio, and a couple months ago we heard about people who were held under quarantine who broke out. So it raises real issues of security for the communities in which these quarantine centers are. Mr. President, there was a recent incident where a border jumper was held, or he was caught with some illegal goods. He was held for 14 days. He was cleared with a test, Mr. President. But because the quarantine center does not have a division where you have people who are pending tests and people who have been tested at least once, this gentleman was not released even after 14 days because somebody else who they suspected entered into the center. And so, while I understand what we're trying to achieve here, Mr. President, it takes more than just a legislation. We have to make sure that we have the factors in place to really protect our community, which is what we want to do by this? Or is it that the persons will be taken directly to court, arraigned, and sent to prison to sit for a week or for 2 weeks until they can get before the Supreme Court? What is the process involved here, Mr. President? And that is my concern this morning.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll start with Senator Shabat first. Well, the process is set out right in the SI that we just passed the motion on. It said so very clearly what happens when you grab a border jumper. A border jumper is grabbed by the security forces. The Ministry of Health is immediately alerted while that person remains in place, whether on the side of the road or in the bush, or if we have some place in the police department or some other building where we can isolate that person, we isolate that person until the Ministry of Health arrives. Ministry of Health then tests that person to determine on the spot with a rapid test what is the situation with that individual. That individual is then put into mandatory quarantine. And after the tests show that that person is COVID negative, that is when the person is sent to the magistrate's court. In the event that the magistrate did not grant bail, then the person would not go to the prison being infected with COVID-19 and thereby preventing a community spread within the prison itself. It's spelled out right there in the regulation. To address another concern that we had indeed, and I'm surprised you didn't mention Billy White, but that's not in Cayo North, that's in Cayo Northeast. There was a proposal for a school that's no longer in use for a quarantine center to go there, but for the very same reasons that Senator Shabat mentioned, we decided not to put it there. 2 weeks ago, Cabinet had approved some funding, and just yesterday, we approved the beefing up of the facilities at the De Silva camp in the Mountain Pine Ridge area, Bardi Beacon area, far away and secluded, where these border jumpers would be taken directly to, tested along with the Ministry of Health, and only when they are deemed to be COVID negative will they be brought to the court to be arraigned before the magistrate. And in the event that they are granted bail by the Supreme Court, the plan is that by then the time will pass enough for that person to be deemed COVID negative before entering the general population. To answer what I think Senator Lizarraga was saying, just to complete Senator Shabat, there will be a facility that can house up to close to 100 people at the same time in the Bardi Beacon area, well guarded by the Belize Defense Force, funding for some specialized vehicles to take them up there given the road conditions, and for additional security to protect those people. So instead of having quarantine centers in the south, north, east, and west, you will have one center that deals strictly with people who have broken the law. I heard Senator Lizarraga agree, support the bill. I also heard him say that we should have done it a long time ago, and we took too long. But then I also have to respond to that by saying this. If we took too long, I'm assuming that you already had this idea. And if you had this idea, why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you put forward a no-bail idea for border jumpers? Why wait until the government does it for you to come and now criticize us for taking too long? So what I suggest, and this will lead me to Senator Salas's point, and I think he fell short in his comments. If any of you in this chamber has a brilliant idea, don't wait for the government to come with it here and then you support it but criticize it at the same time, or criticize us for taking too long. Let's hear your idea. We are here today. When you get up to grandstand, let me hear some specific suggestions and specific ideas as to what we can do now, so that we don't wait too late for it to come when the government realizes that it's important for us to do. And Senator Salas, you made the comment, so I'm allowed to respond to it. You said it's unfortunate that, and I'm not sure that was your word, but it's a pity. It's an election year. Because this is the time for a unified effort by everybody, if I heard you correctly. Well, Senator Salas, I expected you to say then that you were disappointed in the decision of the leader of the opposition to come off the National Oversight Committee. That was a joint committee. Now we're talking about ideas, We're talking about unification.
Attorney General.
I'm only responding to what he said.
No, Senator.
He brought up the idea of election year and unified effort.
Yes, Attorney General.
So I will say.
No, Attorney General.
Yes, Mr. President.
And this is, I think, one of the problems that we get generally in the Senate.
I'm not hearing you, Mr. President.
I'm saying that this is a problem that I think generally occurs in the Senate. We run into a problem when we address comments to specific senators. There's no problem in relation to anything that you've said, but in relation to addressing specific senators, that is a problem.
No, but all I'm doing, Mr. President, if you will allow me, if you don't allow me, you don't allow me. But Senator Salas brought up politics.
No,
and
Senator
Salas, he said, it's a pity that this is an election year. And my response to him is, yes, this notwithstanding it was an election year, the Prime Minister had a National Oversight Committee in which he invited the leader of the opposition to co-chair that committee, so that we can, with a unified effort, tackle a problem that sees no political color. None. But you talk about politics, but it was the leader of the opposition who said he had to leave that committee so he could focus on politics. So when the social partners criticize the government, we accept it. That's a part of it. But why is it you fear to criticize the leader of the opposition when they do things that are not within the spirit of the unified effort? And that's my comment, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is no doubt that we are here because we need to take action in respect to our situation concerning COVID. And yes, we need to tighten down on the laws, but as always, when we make amendments to laws, it simply means then that other sectors of the society is impacted. My concern for this bill is, and I guess the other side can explain, given what we have before us right now, if we have increased numbers of offenders, if they're the breadwinner of the home, or if it's a mother, a single father, or a single mother, what happens to the children? That's my concern. And have we thought it out to the point whereby they fully understand, society fully understand where a social worker will step in and they will be provided for. The mental health of our people is very, very paramount at this time. And so as we think about the law and we try to activate measures to be able to hold people responsible for their action, we need to be able to be responsible as a government to be able to explain to the people what would happen. So my suggestion, therefore, would be, since we do not have enough social workers in this country, we do not have enough nurses in this country, please let's activate volunteers in every community so that they can be a community worker in order to safeguard the children that will be left behind if their parent become desperate in order to get food and become a border jumper. Unfortunately, that is happening. I will also advise that countrywide we ask for volunteers to be online, because obviously we're having issues just calling the basic numbers to get a COVID test. If we have volunteers countrywide, at least that can afford people in the country to be able to have a listening ear as they go through this gruesome, cruel, hard time. And I'm asking the government to please, as we think about the laws again, and we make the necessary amendments to try to curtail what is happening, that we at least work much more with the village councils in order to establish food securities in each village. If we start to think about establish community gardens that can help in order to help relieve stress, provide fresh food on the table, and definitely some sort of mental avenue to cope with the stressors of this pandemic. That will be my comment for now. Thank you.
Senator Salas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I had no intention to speak on this bill. In my comments supporting the motion to extend the period of public emergency, I did refer to this bill by saying that it would in effect put in place what I consider draconian measures, but at the same time I mentioned why we came up to this point, and hence why I support this bill. But I need to respond to what seemed to be an accusation a little while ago in relation to what I did not say. So I guess you can be attacked on what you don't say, not only what you say. But I just want to put it on the record again that in previous Senate meetings I have made reference, I have commended the government, the Prime Minister, for setting up the National Oversight Committee, and that it was co-chaired with the leader of the opposition, that really set us aside apart when we compare ourselves to other nations and how they have been dealing with this pandemic. Kudos, I expressed that. And I expressed my disappointment when I have previously said that unfortunately it's an election year and that will detract us from a lot of the focus we need to have. I have said it. It seems I have to keep saying it to make certain people happy. But I just needed to make that point, Mr. President. Thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, just a quick comment. It has been said that indeed it may be price and the economics that create the urge to go across the border to buy. Well, let me tell you about Halakte. It's one of the best pieces of road if you ever ride bicycles. It's lovely to ride. Right up the treetops. There's customs, there's immigration, there's Baja. The people in that area, in Pueblo Viejo and so, complain that they don't go to Guatemala. They can't go to Guatemala because the Guatemalans are not saying no money at all. So all their trade of pepitos and corn and beans, etc., stop. And the ministry has had to try to accommodate them somehow. you will note that they have the lowest number. Toledo has the lowest number in the country. Is that correct? Toledo has the lowest number. So I need to say that they are responsible. They're responsible. But what's happening in the north? It is not necessarily a person going to try. Let me talk about what I know, vegetables. Not they're trying to go to get cheap vegetables. It's the middlemen who have taken over that now to get it and come here and sell to those people and sell them expensive too. They are the ones with the canoes and the dories, because they want that hefty contraband trade. And for years, my ministry has been trying to deal with that. During the first states of emergency, we had the BMDC alone dealing with the importation of vegetables. And we only import when there is not enough in the country. And we prorata what we import as well. So we had 4 major importers, each one a week. So like every 4 weeks, we recycle. At the end of this, we decided we'd open it back again to what we considered the active list of importers, and there are about 27. They get their permits, they bring in the vegetables, they distribute. But there are still those who prefer to go and get it contraband, because they also make a good profit. Why? They don't have to pay any Baja fees, they don't have to pay anything else. And while there is no duty on it, there are certain requirements. We call that risk requirements. And when they go through the legal channel, they have to fulfill those. It is unfortunate that as a society, we need to be policed. It's unfortunate. But then again, our history, our lengthy history is from pirates and buccaneers and carpetbaggers, etc., etc. So it's in a way, it's kind of maybe in some of our DNA. But it's unfortunate we have to be policed. If the teacher know they're wrong, we not do the right thing. If the police not do that, we not do the right thing. If the boss not in the office, we not do the right thing. Or in the shop, even my good senator would know. Sometimes the supervisor has to be right on top of these people. Make them do the right thing, man. We're not a people who do the right thing, so we have to take responsibility too. And we start from small. And those of us who bring up our children to do the right thing, in these days our children are becoming little pariahs with their colleagues because, they're out of the loop. What you do, the same morning, the this, the that. We have to get back to that too. You can't police everybody. And I think I have to commend, as the Senator had said, police is doing the best they can. But Lord man, we have to take responsibility. I am happy to say, and this is a little aside, this is more customs, that last week Monday we were finally able to make the first shipment of legal cattle to Guatemala. 27 heads went. It was a monumental task that involved me every step of the way up until midnight, calling and checking with my counterpart in Guatemala. And I'm hoping to put 246 heads, hopefully in 2 weeks' time, across to Mexico. Same thing. But what was the problem? We happy to contraband into Guatemala, because that's really what we're doing, Because then you have to check the animals. You don't assure that they're healthy. You don't assure anything. You don't pay no tax. You know nothing. It's easy and it's good business. Once it goes legal, you have to meet all kind of requirements. But my challenge was not only the COVID that stopped it, but the fact that we have to, as this country, prepare a brand name, man. And when we can send animals that are internationally certified to be to be brucellosis and tuberculosis and foot and mouth, well, we don't have that, vesicular stomatitis and rabies, and free, we develop a brand name. And Belize is respected. I have chaired the Central American Council of Agricultural Ministers, and those are some of the high-level things they talk about. Please make sure. So I'm just simply saying that contraband goes both ways. And when we don't want it here, we can't do it there either. And this contraband issue on the border jumpers is simply a result of coyotes who go to try to circumvent the official traders and the people who, I would dare say, are officially decent importers and members of the chamber. So I support the increase in the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Act, Chapter 102 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, revised edition 2011, to expand the offenses for which a magistrate shall not grant bail and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Act, Chapter 102 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition, 2011, to expand the offenses for which a magistrate shall not grant bail, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Customs Regulation Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to remove the imposition of a fine as a penalty for certain offenses and replace it with mandatory imprisonment, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize Senator Lizarraga.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is an issue that the business community that I represent has been very concerned about for many, many, many years. Again, we're happy and we will support this bill. We're happy to see that the government has listened, in fact, and created to some extent an environment where persons feel willing to share, and shared, in fact, their comments. And we do share, Mr. President. We've shared comments on issues relating to border jumping. We've shared commentary on this contraband for many, 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 many years. So I'm in awe when I hear that if we have suggestions that we should submit them. Mr. President, but the law itself allows, for the government and the House to make legislation and present it. And there's a process that law should go through 3 readings so that you have time to consult, so that you have time for review. We ourselves here in the Senate have an opportunity, supposedly in committee, to try and strengthen regulations. Whether that is allowed to happen is a completely different matter. In my view, or in my recollection, there's only one such time that we were able to make recommendations and corrections in committee, and that was when the law was so blatantly erroneous that Leader of Government Business stopped it. But we've made many fantastic suggestions, and the good Attorney General knows that just last week I told him, yes, we're going to support you in these things, and we made suggestions. So it's unfair when comments like that are made, because the business community that I represent, we're always making recommendations and suggestions. I listened to the Honorable Leader of Government Business when he spoke about Halakte having a customs and immigration and Baha, but only to 5 o'clock. And most people wait until 5 o'clock, and after 5 o'clock for SAR to pass. That's when things happen. Senator Salas and myself made a visit to that area, and we advised at that time, way back then, what was happening at that specific border point. And we made commentary and suggestions even. I think we wrote the Prime Minister, didn't we, Senator Salas? With our observations from that trip. So we've known for a long time, and we refuse to put the personnel in place to deal with it. But now I guess we're in a desperate financial crisis, so now we have to catch every penny we can from everywhere we can.
Withdraw my tongue,
Yes,
It cannot
but
be
AG,
making
this is the problem that I always say. If the
long
comment is
introductory
just,
statements and then expect us to not respond to that.
but if the comment is only not in relation to individual person, just about the bill, we avoid all of that because he is responding to something that was said earlier.
Yes, but Mr. President, so I must now respond to that response now?
We're going to stop the response.
It's a long warm up to get to the matter at hand, man. You could buy some spots on a radio show and preach, but let's debate the bill.
Continue, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't feel that I have to buy spots on a radio station to debate a bill, Mr. President.
No, man. Senator, you see,
All
this
right?
is the problem.
This is the venue for
No,
it.
man. Senator, and this is actually my fault because sometimes I find this. Comments cannot be made about individual senators. You can't because
Thank
that
you.
will naturally invite a response. If we just stick to the substance of the bill, not that you can't comment about your wider experience, but only about the bill, then we would move faster.
Mr. President, and that is in fact what I was doing. From personal experience,
So-
from us visiting border stations, from us, and I'm trying to be very practical. Yes, we can say that we're making efforts to stop contraband, but you have to man the place 24 hours, man. So that is a personal experience. And I'm sharing it, but we have to learn to listen and learn and take criticism, constructive criticism, and not be defensive. And this is the place for debate.
Yeah, but Senator, I will only because I won't stop you in relation to your debate. But one of the issues that I find generally too is that because that matter, the specific matter, the issue that you raise in relation to the time in which a particular border agency is not open. Say, for example, there was a bill dealing with that issue. There would have been information presented that could rebut that because I don't know that for a fact. So that when you go wider than the specific point, it's a bit unfair because the subject matter of that is not before the Senate. And when we do that, we invite responses which take us on a tangent.
Mr. President, I beg to differ in this respect, in that we have a very limited time and a very limited space where we can discuss a particular matter. This matter seeks to address the collection of revenue, really, and the people who are bringing in things illegally through border points. And I'm saying we have, and as a reference I made, because, of course, that's one of the points that Senator Salas and myself visited. It was called to our attention a short while ago that, in fact, we have Customs, Immigration, and Baja at Halate. And, Mr. President, yes, we do, but only till 5 o'clock in the evening. So there's a line of people waiting by treetop.
President, I have to rise. You specifically said, Mr. President, no. Mr. President,
Yes.
Senator Lizarraga is ignoring your ruling. You made it very clear to him that it is unfair for him to speak like that because you don't have that information to rebut. And that is not the essence of this bill. Yet he goes on and says that very same thing that you told him he couldn't say. I'm saying, Mr. President, if he is allowed to go off on a tangent, then we all are allowed to go off on a tangent, I would say. He's not the only one who is allowed to preach. This is not a preaching place. Debate the bill. And if he were to look at it, it has nothing to do with revenue. Nothing to do with revenue. If you're read.
Senator Lizarraga. The only instruction that I would give is, again, it is a customs bill, but the bill deals with the restriction, increasing penalties in relation to certain custom offenses so that there's a custodial provision rather than a fine. I do allow senators in relation to comment, so you can comment, and I do allow like a bit of latitude in relation to the comment. But it can't be not about the bill.
Mr. President, I'm going to be guided. Okay? I'm going to be guided. I think my point has been made. And I think, Mr. President, that we have to be very careful. On the one hand, we ask for input. And on the other hand, you try to shut it down. I'm not saying you, I'm speaking generally. So we have to be...
I don't want to, because I hate speaking, because I don't want to interrupt the debate. But when you make a comment like that, it will invite a response.
Well, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Mr. President, as I said...
No. That is no disrespect to me.
Thank you, Mr.
Order in the chambers. Order in the chambers. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, again, like I said, when we have these matters in front of us, these matters are very complex issues. They're very broad. They're not very narrow. Okay? We can't just limit. I have heard the leader of... Anyhow, I've heard other members in this chamber bring in examples and bring in personal experiences to try and make your case. Right? It is not technically only a legal issue in front of us. It is an issue that has ramifications for people, lifestyle. It's an issue that if you have an obligation to collect taxes when goods are imported into your country, then you have to have the proper infrastructure, personnel in place to collect those taxes. If you have a border point that has no personnel and people can walk through after 5 o'clock, to me that is relevant. With the greatest of respect, Mr. President, it has to be relevant.
It can't be relevant because that's not what the bill is about. If the bill were about the border crossing itself and the hours and so forth, there would have been technical input so that there would have been an opportunity to debate that if it's related to some policy or some issue. This bill is about changing penalties from being a finable offense to a custodial sentence.
Of course, it seeks to make mandatory imprisonment and all the more serious. Right? So, I've been to Treetop and Halakte. There are no hotels before the border point. So if you get there after 5 o'clock, what do you want our Belizean people to do? They have two choices. Sleep on the side of the road or pass through the established border checkpoint, which will now have no personnel for collect duties, for make Baja check them, or for make immigration check them. So you have an international checkpoint, and no one's there. So these people then will go to jail. And we have to send that message to the people in Halakte or anywhere else. That is our responsibility here. We're supposed to debate legislation and what impact it's going to have on our citizenry. We have people that live in these areas that it's closer for them to buy across the line than in Belize. They might not have cars. Some of them don't have a bicycle. So we have to be careful. I'm not suggesting, I said I was going to support the bill. But I think we have to be careful how we just use the stick and not make proper arrangements, right? And look at the bigger picture as well. So if you're going to send somebody to jail, mandatory imprisonment, then you have to provide them with the provisions to do things in the proper way where we have proper establishments. Right? And as far as the wholesaling of these issues, we agree totally. Go after the middlemen. And go after the people as well who buy it. Because that is what feeds it. So we support that. And we've been calling for that for years. And we are happy that it's being put in place. Because it does affect revenue. Because if they're not paying, we pay. And we need to share that pain, all of us. We need to all contribute to the tax revenue so that our taxes could eventually have a chance of going down. I don't know when that will happen now. But that is what this is all about. Whether you want to look at it or not in a holistic approach, that is what we're saying. If you don't do things right, if you don't pay your taxes, if you don't declare your stuff, you're going to jail. That is what we're saying. In plain and common language, that is what we're saying. If you buy something that came into the country illegal, you're going to jail. So we have to make people understand that clearly. And I agree with the leader of government business when he says that we all have a responsibility. We all do. Right? We all do. And we all have to do the right thing. And he's right when he says that we've been trying to deal with this for years. He's absolutely right. From the time when he shared this very seat that I share, we've been fighting for this thing. So we're happy that it's being addressed today. Better late than never, they say. And we hope that people really understand the reasons and the severity and the necessity for them to be responsible given the crisis we're facing, given both crises we're facing, financial and health, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
I just need to have one clarification, please. At 3, it speaks to the controller not being able to make out-of-court settlement. But at C, it speaks to except in exceptional circumstances and where such exceptional circumstances exist. So we just like some clarification on what would be those exceptional circumstances. Thank you.
Senator Shabat.
Mr. President, just a very few comments. Mr. President, it is concerning when the government's reaction to dealing with issues is sending people to prison. You see, Mr. President, we have to stop and look at what causes this type of behavior. And I understand, and I fully agree, that we must curtail and we must bring as best as possible contrabanding and contraband goods to an end. But you see, Mr. President, the reality on the ground, the reality in our country is a different one. We must understand why is it that people are looking to find cheaper goods. We must understand why is it that people need to try to spend the little bit of money they have to try to stretch it. You see, Mr. President, the fact of the matter is that we do need to look at our tax regime. We do need to look at why it is that the importation taxes are so high on goods. And this bill speaks about not paying duties on goods. And so, Mr. President, we have to have a holistic approach to this, Mr. President. In this time of pandemic, we now realize what the trickle effect is, what the side effect is, which is the spreading of COVID. And so we all want to take measures to stop this, Mr. President. But what are we doing to help our people? Mr. President, electricity rates have skyrocketed. Water rates have skyrocketed. It all goes to contributing to the cost of living in this country, Mr. President. And so while we don't want to encourage contraband, we don't want to encourage it, and we understand the need to stop it, there must be a counterpart. And the counterpart cannot be just simply sending people to prison, man. Not even a month ago, we were sending half of Southside to prison. What kind of policy is that, Mr. President? The fact of the matter is, what is underlining all of this, Mr. President, and it has just come to light in a magnified way, is the poor handling of this economy, Mr. President. That has been the problem. That has been the problem. They have mismanaged this economy, and this is the cost. This is now the result of the high cost of living we're seeing in this country, and this is why people are resorting to these extreme measures, Mr. President. That is a reality we must come to face with. After 12 years, they are now calling for unification, Mr. President. They want unification. They want us. They criticize the leader of the opposition, Mr. President, for not remaining in the National Committee. How could he remain there when his suggestions and advice were never taken on, Mr. President? What is wrong with them? What is wrong with them?
Mr. President, that opens a door.
He opened the door, Mr. President. He opened the door. He opened the door.
I thought you had closed it.
He opened the door, and he will not stand here and make these comments without expecting a response. Mr. President, this is not abandon. Mebali, uno abandon this country for the last 12 years. We didn't talk about abandon. Uno need to pick up and go, my brother. That time we gonna go.
Senator.
Mr. President.
Senator.
Mr. President, the fact of the matter is that the solution cannot be to send people to jail just because you need a quick resolution. There has to be more. There has to be more, Mr. President. And this falls very short, Mr. President. The question that Senator Smith asks is very relevant. What are those exceptional circumstances? And who get to decide them, Mr. President? Which common man on the street warehouses goods or deposit goods for security? I want to know who they will send to jail for that. It's time for us to get real in this country, Mr. President. And these band-aid legislation sending people to jail just won't cut it. Thank you.
Senator.
Mr. President, I absolutely had no interest, if I would say, to talk about this bill. But when I hear other colleagues on the other side talking about it, it reminds me, Mr. President, that lesson got to be taught to them. We need to tell them too. We need to ensure that we need to remind them. Or the Belizean people are very smart people. Continue to say that. We're all smart people. We are born to be smart people. We are smart people. We're all Belizean. Different culture. Mixed like rice and beans in one pot. But we're all brothers and sisters. So, Mr. President, let me first of all begin by saying that when Honorable Senator Lizaraga spoke about that nobody is at the Halakte border, don't see them there. They go home from, he mentioned time, I forget what time did he say. Mr. President, it is obvious and everybody knows that I come within the Toledo district. I live there, born there, grow there, live my life there, and the end of me will be there. Mr. President, so I find it a total disrespect to our heroes when he says that they are not, or there is no presence of any of our heroes there. Why do I say such, Mr. President? I absolutely find it as a disrespect, total disrespect, when our hard-working police officers, or BDF, or Coast Guard, or public health officers that are working there on a daily basis, Mr. President, on a daily basis, Mr. President, during this COVID time, before COVID, or be after COVID, Mr. President, and he will come here and say, well, he not see nobody there because he have been to Halakte or he have been to those borderline and so forth. Mr. President, if he's so blind and he not see what happen out there, then he probably may come and talk nonsense in the chamber. So when we take these people to be our heroes, I find it an absolute disrespect for him to be saying such things, Mr. President. And being in the upper house for so long, my question to him, being in the upper house for so long, what positivity ideas have he brought in if he believed then that was an issue before, now, and then what have he brought up to the upper house? Mr. President, I find it totally disrespectful, and when we come in this chamber and want to say things before we even think twice, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, I also, in response to the Senator Shabat, poor mismanagement of living, it's a crap. It's a crap, Mr. President. No apologies for my words.
Senator, you don't even think that that's wrong, what you're
Mr.
saying?
President, I'll be real. So what then? Is it just now then that they realize, or what is this mismanagement that that they are referring to this side of the house here? Mr. President, we have tried our very best as a government. We have been there, we continue to be there, we will be there, Mr. President. Now he wants to back up whosoever it is that have left the committee, and because they probably couldn't handle it, then Mr. President, then you should, that's why I said earlier, you should think twice before you say things in this honorable chamber. It reminds me of old Proverbs used to say. That you spit in the sky, come right back into your face. So, Mr. President, we shouldn't come in those type of things here, Mr. President. I'm very too young to remember what happened in 2008 or before, beyond 2008, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, we shouldn't come here in this honorable chamber and want to believe that everything this side of the government doing is like a sin. Even God forgives sin, as far as I'm aware. So, Mr. President, I ask that when we come to this honorable chamber, that we, as honorable senators, do our work before we come here. And that is to ensure that when we bring message across, let it be real, Mr. President. Because the Belizean people are listening out there, and they have already made up their mind that when come November, this government will make a full term. Thank you, Mr.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I think it's fair that I respond to.
Clerk.
President, in accordance with Standing Order number 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the question by Senator Smith is a legitimate question, and I think it bears some explanation. It's not a new concept, Senator. For example, look at the one we just passed with the border jumping with the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Act. What the law always strives to do is to create some form of safety valve for circumstances that could be on a case-by-case basis. For example, there are certain offenses in the magistrate's court that carry only a confinement, like firearm offenses and the like. But if I'm not mistaken, I think it's section 51 that says in the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act that says, notwithstanding any other law, where the sentence set by law is a custodial sentence only, which you go to jail, the magistrate may nevertheless exercise a discretion to impose upon that person a fine if the magistrate, for special reasons, feels like a fine would be better. You find a 84-year-old person and he or she alone are in a house. You come upon the house and you find a gun in there, and that person is to be charged, is found guilty because it's strict liability, but the person is 84. There's a case that we were involved with. The person was semi-blind, hypertension. It really was not in the best interest of that person or the state to have that person be imprisoned. So the magistrate exercised her discretion to say, given the circumstances that are special to this individual, then we will not impose the mandatory custodial sentence. Similarly, when you go to the Supreme Court, the language is similar when you go for bail under Section 16, where it says the Supreme Court may grant bail for special reasons, special circumstances attached to the accused person, whether or not they have a good case, whether or not it could have been some kind of mistake or just unfortunate circumstance. Then the Supreme Court will say, instead of denying this person bail, we'll give them bail. In this case, we are imposing a draconian measures for people who bring in or engage in contraband goods. But we wanted to also maintain that valve. So if you own a warehouse, for example, and the liability is strict, if you notice the amendment talks about not knowingly or recklessly acquires or whatever, it is just found in your warehouse, found in there. Then the comptroller and the police would have no choice but to charge that person, take that person to court, and that person then would have to be given a custodial sentence. But what if it appears, based on investigations, that there may be some sabotage or something to that effect? Then there always should be that window for the Minister of Finance and the Comptroller to agree to have that person not have a custodial sentence put on them, but rather they should go ahead and pay a fine because they didn't have a proper lock or a proper security for their warehouse, so to speak. Now, you know, we have to be cognizant of who the Minister of Finance is, you know. You know, in the Constitution of this country, the Minister of Finance is a person who, I mean, the Prime Minister is the Prime Minister is the Prime Minister. But anybody can hold a cabinet ministry if the Prime Minister so deems fit. So anybody can be made a senator and a minister. And for the Attorney General, you neither be a senator nor a member of the House to be Attorney General. That's the only other exception. But no other government, no other person can be the Minister of Finance unless that person is a member of the House of Representatives. So anybody can be Attorney General, National Security, Trade, Labor, whatever. But for Minister of Finance, the Constitution says that person must be an elected member of the House, elected by a constituency within this country. So when you say Minister of Finance, you know, you're talking about the people. We're talking about the people. So the people can enter into an arrangement with the Comptroller of Custom in exceptional circumstances to have a person not go to jail. And listen, if I may, Mr. President, to the real purpose behind this piece of legislation. Has nothing to do with revenue. It's similar in vein to the border jumping. It's similar in concept to theft and handling stolen goods. You do not have to be a border jumper, but if you're meeting people at the border with goods from Guatemala and Mexico, and those people may be infected, you don't even have to cross the border. But if those people come across and interact with you and you get the disease, you spread it within the country. So yes, when these people are on boats or on riverside and in the boat say they have this beer and that beer, you're contributing to the spread of COVID-19. So we have to extend that penalty to you as well. We have to extend the penalty to you who is a person responsible for encouraging border jumping. If you are a businessman or a businesswoman, we're telling you, deal with custom goods the right way, the proper way. Because forget about revenue at this time. Forget about revenue. When you engage in illegal cross-border activity, you can contract a disease that you could spread to the rest of the country, and that disease is killing people. Killing people. So the idea is not about revenue. And if it's draconian, then the government pleads guilty, proudly plead guilty. We have to do, Mr. President, whatever we have to do to not have that disease spread even more in our country. And the scientists, the doctors, everybody is telling us that the source of this is from border jumpers and from people engaging in contraband activity. So where is the adjustment in the law going to be? Has to be with people who are border jumping and contrabanding stuff. So it's not about band-aid legislation. We're living in a different time when things change by the moment, things change by the second. So we constantly have to be analyzing the situation, assessing the damage and potential damage, and make the necessary arrangements to send the message that if you engage in activity that will bring danger to the rest of this country, you will be going to jail. And that's the message we're sending, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to remove the imposition of a fine as a penalty for certain offenses and replace it with mandatory imprisonment, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to remove imposition as a fine as the penalty for certain offenses and replace it with mandatory imprisonment, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Labor Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Labor Act, Chapter 297 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for employers to reduce wages where the working hours of an employee has been reduced in special circumstances, to provide for leave of absence without pay in special circumstances, to provide for exemptions from the period of night rest, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Dr. Zabani, Senator Zabani.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, a number of us in the Senate have received petitions from various members, union members, etc., expressing grave concern about this amendment. Their concern starts with something that we have observed that seems to be common practice from the government side, which is no consultations or cosmetic consultations. And we have been asked to take a serious look at what this amendment is asking, given that employers will be given certain latitudes with their employees that put the employee in a serious position of weakness, and it could allow for this amendment to give employers opportunity to, in a sense, take advantage of the situation. And this is a serious matter, Mr. President. One of the things we don't see in this amendment is a recognition that in the case of COVID-19's negative effects on us in Belize, it has been sectorial. We have had primarily the tourism sector being closed down, really, while other sectors have continued. You have the agriculture sector going forward, and utilities, etc. So that's not reflected here, where you would find that it would allow for the law to be applied based on those sectors that are really affected by COVID. That is something that we certainly would want to see reflected here, Mr. President. But on a broader scale, we're talking about really another set of draconian measures. On the one hand, yes, they allow the employer to make adjustments, but the mechanism in which that will occur, the way in which the employer and the employee will arrive at certain decisions, there's no mechanism in this law, Mr. President. So in terms of basic justice for employees, there needs to be consideration as to how there would be a fair way for these actions to be taken. I think the persons who consulted with us had a very valid point that we might need to go back and do some genuine consultations, get some ideas that can be incorporated into this amendment that would allow for a fairer approach to making those adjustments. Clearly, employers who are affected and they have to close down their business clearly have to have no other resort to go to deal with the situation. But if there is no mechanism for the employee to be able to ensure that their rights are preserved, then that leaves a door open for entities that can in fact continue to operate to take that and get rid of certain people that they may want to get rid of. So, all in all, Mr. President, I think that we understand the objective that the amendment is trying to achieve. But the way it stands, the way it is written right now, has not benefited from other ideas that would ensure that it is a justified law for employees. Mr. President, this also speaks to the wider point that it seems again like a quick knee-jerk reaction to try and solve problems. This cannot be the way for us as a country if we're supposedly unified or want unification to make decisions. It is very important that when we are dealing with such drastic changes that we get the inputs of all the parties, especially those who will be adversely affected by it. We have seen certain policies that have been put in place by the government that aim at ensuring employers remain in business. That, I think, ought to be the focus, Mr. President, so that instead of us thinking of the easy way out, that we put our collective minds together to find ways that will actually make these kinds of actions unnecessary. When we have a robust economy, when we have interventions that ensure that, for example, the businesses in the tourism sector have ways to keep their employees going, that is a more progressive and effective approach rather than to say it's a foregone conclusion, everything has shut down, and that's it. Right? There are other ways, and again, we don't see those reflected in the whole menu of amendments today, Mr. President, simply because even with all the lip service about consultation, it just does not happen. It is all cosmetic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to make my contributions on this amendment to this bill, Mr. President. First off, I want to say that some of the areas in the bill we do understand and we do see the reason or the purpose or what it is that the government is trying to do with this bill. However, as my colleague said just a while ago, we feel that had we done some consultations on this matter before bringing it here, we would have been able to present today a bill that would be more acceptable by both parties, employers and employees. We feel, Mr. President, that this bill before us, in a way, is sort of dividing and conquering both groups, employers, putting employers against employees or employees against employers, in the way we view what is before us. And I understand and I expect that as unions, we will take some flacking today for our position and for the comments that we have. We're accustomed to it, Mr. President. But we have to present how we feel and what we think about what is before us. Because at the end of the day, it's going to also affect the people that we represent, those persons we represent. And so when we look at the 116, 2 speaks to the gross weekly wages of workers shall not be reduced as a result of the reduction of maximum weekly working hours. So that's the original. The amendment here is speaking to, notwithstanding that, the employer may, with the agreement of the employee. So it doesn't mean that the employer must get, in our view, must get any agreement from the employee. He may. The employer will try, and if the employee doesn't want, the employer will still do what he or she wants to do. Now, wait, remember what I said, Mr. President? I am sharing our view on the bill. And so corrections, explanations, whatever can happen afterward. And I'm trying my best to do so respectfully, so I expect that a response will be given respectfully as well. Now, it is not to say, Mr. President, that there are not employers out there who would take the time to have a discussion with their employees, to share with them the situation and how together they could get over the situation. We understand what is going on right now. We fully understand that. But we also know that there will be some, or there might be some, who would use this opportunity to their advantage. There is nothing in this bill that speaks to bargaining agents, which would be our unions. And so if these employees belong to a union, where do we fit in all of this? Where does that employee get that opportunity to have his or her agent sit with him or her and having some sort of discussions, negotiations on this matter? We don't see that there. And so we think that maybe for 116, that there can be an additional matter added there where it can be very clear that the period we are referring to in 116 would be only for A and B and nothing else. Because we understand, while we might be saying, but not only for that, Mr. President, it can't be nothing more than that. We are humans and we know how sometimes, as I said before, some of us use opportunities to our advantage. And we think if it is clearly spelled out, then it gives at least the employees would get a little bit more comfort that they are being looked after. At this point in time, that is not the sentiments that we are seeing out there. We understand 131, and that basically has to do with the stevedores, if we got that right. 122, if I said 131. Right. So, did I miss one? 122. That's 122, sorry. And then 131 An employer may, with the agreement of an employee, place that employee on leave without pay if the economic conditions of the employer have been affected. So who determines, how does me as an employee, how do I see or understand or have proof that this is so? Yes. So right now, COVID, everybody business bad, you're not making. But what is there that as an employee I can use? So how will this be determined and who will verify that? So is there going to be that additional body, that additional person who will say, okay, for example, AG has a business and he can't afford to pay his employees anymore, he has to reduce hours and he has to reduce wages. But how am I satisfied that that is so? What proof do I have as an employee? And then one of the other areas that is of concern to us, Mr. President, so we get to the point where the employer can't afford due to the situation, and so we have to reduce hours and we have to reduce salary. And it's going to be for this period of time. So what happens after that? As an employee, is it that when this employer gets back on his or her foot and they're able to continue with the business, am I going to be given first preference to come back to work for that employer? I don't know. We don't know that. And so how do we safeguard that for the employees? Now, it speaks to the period of service and accrual of benefits of a person placed on leave in accordance of shall not be affected, and that is good. Because that is what we expect to happen. A person has given his or her years working with an employer, you expect that that would happen. But what happens after that period? Am I going to be the first to be given back an opportunity to work with my previous employer? Am I going to be considered that employer must? I know we can't force them. So these are the concerns that as employees, our people are having, and our people feel as if though, while the purpose of the bill in itself is a good one, we feel it doesn't go far enough to ensure that us as employees are fully covered. And then we are looking at this bill as if it's going to affect only those in private sector. And so I want for AG to make some clarifications for us, AG, because we are thinking that maybe persons who are in the public service who might not be full-time employees, maybe persons who are on contract or persons who are open vote, the concern is that will those persons be affected? Would a teacher who has been given a temporary replacement position for somebody else, would those persons in any way, could they be affected? And that's a question that we would like to have a response to. So, Mr. President, I'm sure we've all heard about the press release of the NTUCB, and we have written to the Prime Minister sharing our concerns and the issues that we have with this bill. And from our end, the NTUCB is not supporting this bill in its current form. Thank you.
Attorney General.
Mr. President, well, the Senator said that she would hope for a respectful response. I genuinely and respectfully suggest to the NTUCB, for whom the Senator makes representation for here, for them to get a lawyer to advise them on certain things. When you are a major organization like that, I would imagine that you would have an attorney or attorneys on board to support you and advise you, because this bill to me, Mr. President, except with the omission of maybe a comma that I see that can be put there, is as clear can be and keeps everything as is. And it can only change if the two sides agree. Now, what can be better than that? In other words, then, With this amendment, Mr. President, no employer can take any step contemplated in this amendment without the employee agreeing. Now, what more than that can an employee expect? This came about, Mr. President, because there were some responsible companies who came to us, and the employers would say, they would go to the employees and say, there are 15 of you. COVID has affected us tremendously. It breaks our heart. But given the current state of affairs, we have to let go 5 of you. Those 15 people would come back to their employer and say, boss, I feel fortunate because you're not fire me. But I feel for my brother and sister how they can stay on, and because you're about to fire them. You're not doing anything wrong. You have every right to fire them, because this is the next point I want to make. You can't instruct an employer to employ people, you know. They employ in the private sector how they see fit, and according to their profits and how business is going. You can't tell an employer, you must employ 20 of us no matter what. So, the 10 employees would come to the employer and say, listen, the 10 of us have such a good working relationship with the other 5 who you will terminate. We are prepared to take less money just so you can free up resources to pay those 5 that you want to terminate. They will get less money, but at least we are keep with job. So we used to get $200 before. Now each we only get $150, but $150 better than nothing. And I am prepared to take the $150 so that my brother or sister could keep their job and they also keep $150. There's only one problem with that good sense approach, is that the law doesn't allow for it. The law doesn't allow for something that makes perfectly good sense. In a scenario where an employer and an employee both recognize that in this special time, we all need to make sacrifices. Because it doesn't benefit me to demand from my employer certain pay and resources that will lead to the demise of the business, which will lead to the demise of my job. That doesn't make no sense. So, the amendment is read like this. And it is limited, Senator Smith. It's an exhaustive list because it doesn't say including these 2 categories. It states 2 categories. That's it. If you had a lawyer on retainer, and when I say lawyer, I mean, you know, if you have a house, you need a plumber. So when I say lawyer, I mean, in the same breath, I would say plumber, doctor, electrician, carman, whatever. I'm not saying like something special about lawyer, but a law with the top about. So your lawyer would have told you that there are only 2 categories. Only 2 events can occur where the employer may, notice the comma, may, comma, with the agreement of the employee, not a comma. So when you go to the second reading, I think, committee. When we go to committee, we could put the comma. With the agreement of the employee. So the employee have to agree. Nobody the chance the employee. And I'm not to be disrespectful, us to be passionate. With the agreement of the employee has to agree. So Senator Lizarraga to the workers and say, you know what, I reduce up from 200 to 150 body cars. No man agree with that at all, boss. So outside me shop can say, yo, I make so much less now. No, the employees must agree. And if he tries to institute a lower wage than what they're entitled to under the law, they have recourse to the Labor Department. As per normal. Because you haven't agreed. So it's only if you agree, the man could touch up here. Man, that is as clear can be. Now, there are only two instances where Southside Meat Shop could even suggest that, the declaration of a state of emergency. So if there's no state of emergency, he can't come with that. Or measures taken under any law to protect public health and public safety, like an SI under the Quarantine Act to that effect. If it's none of those two situations, the conversation can't come up. Punto final. I don't know what can be clearer than that. And like I said, I don't know if you showed it to your lawyers, if you have, but a lawyer would have explained that to you very, very, very clearly. Now, the second one, now I think you agreed with this one, Senator Smith, if am I mistaken, with the stevedores. There's a certain time set for them to rest and to work. So either of them may apply to Minister Barnett, and say, look, we suggest that we big and strong, We don't need whole of 9 hours rest. We only need like 6. But they can't do that now because the law specifically says you need the 9 hours. When you need it or not, sorry, you must take it. The law allows Minister Barnett, the de facto Minister of Labor, to say, okay, you want to work less than 9 hours, you believe rest less than 9 hours, you think you could work less than that? Good, I will consider it. Naturally, that consideration will also depend upon her investigation as to whether or not that's safe, the conditions are there for rest, the input of the employer, and the like. And she may decide that yes or no, you now work rest for less than 9 hours, or you must rest for 9 hours. The discretion is now given to the minister. The third amendment is similar to the first one. Now, right that's what they put in the camera. An employer, with the agreement of the employee must agree, place that employee on leave without pay as a result of the emergency and the quarantine authority or the public health. The period of time which an employer may place on employee without pay shall be for the duration of the circumstances under subsection 1A or B, which means then we have currently in place a state of declaration that will last on September 4th. Also outside Meat Shop could say, I can't afford to pay all of you, but if I put 5 of you on leave till September 4th, I will recover enough revenue that after September 4th, go hire you back again. The employee may agree, because the employee might be saying to yourself, no, perfect time for you to take one holiday, do a medical checkup, fix my house, do something. The employer may want to give the break, and the employee may need the break. So once they agree, then that can take place, but they must agree. And this also says, Senator Lazarao can't come and say, well, you see there 3 weeks that you agreed to take off with me? Your service broke, you know. Remember, I worked for me 5 years before that. And I bring you back September 5th. But those 3 weeks broke your service with me. So you're like, come September 5th, you start to work with me all over again. The law said, no, he can't do that. Your period of employment continues, notwithstanding that you agreed to the leave during that period. Mr. President, I am at a loss as to what is wrong with this bill. As it pertains, and I have to be very careful here, as it pertains to public servants, for better or for worse, we have a permanently established system that determines the employees who are permanently established, we call PE, not to be confused with physical education. PE, permanently established. There are special rules that govern them, and their terms of employment are determined by the Public Service Commission or the Security Services Commission, whether you are national security or civilian employee. That will continue to govern that. And those people who are contract workers, the same thing will apply. The government can go to you and say, you are an open vote worker, for example, or you are under contract, or we hired you on the understanding that you would earn so much. You and the government can agree to reduce your wage below what is stipulated if the two of you agree. And there is no, and it's a good question, Senator Smith, there is no distinction here when you say employer. It's not reduced to private employer, public employer, and the government is no doubt an employer. So it would apply to anybody who employs anybody. So, Mr. President, I hope I've answered some questions, and I hope that I was clear, because I truly believe that this is a piece of legislation that allows sensible employees and employers to sit down and adjust themselves for the survival of businesses so that they can continue to be employed by that very same business. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Shaban.
Mr. President, the bill causes some real anxiety with many employees. And as with my colleague, I too received some calls from some members of unions and individual employees concerned about the effect. And as an attorney, you will know, Mr. President, that may means may. It doesn't mean must. And there's a difference. And so, Mr. President, I want to say a couple of things very clearly. One, I understand that this law is limited to two particular situations. It is very clear. There are no questions about that. However, Mr. President, there is the flip side of the may. And that flip side is that I, as an employee, do not agree to take lesser hours. I, as an employee, do not agree to go on leave. What then happens, Mr. President? And I think that is where the anxiety lies. Is it then, Mr. President, that the employer say, you are fired? You're fired? Is that what we're aiming for? So you see where the anxiety arises, Mr. President? And I'm glad they're admitting it. That is exactly where the anxiety arises. Mr. President, since April of this year, we had 100,000 people become unemployed. Are we aiming to add to those numbers? Isn't there a better solution, Mr. President? Are these people who may not agree to these circumstances and become newly unemployed, what's the safety net for them? How will they pay their mortgages? How will they feed their families, Mr. President? So the concern on the part of the employee is real, Mr. President. It's real. In this pandemic, I don't see the government legislating for deferral of mortgage and loan payments for anybody. So where will the employee get the money to pay his or her loan? These are practical questions, Mr. President. And so, again, I repeat, the anxiety is real, Mr. President. The anxiety is real. You want solutions? Let's look at solutions. Where are the loans for small and medium-sized enterprises, Mr. President? And I'm referring to payroll loans, specific loans for payroll, so that the employer can remain in business and the employee can remain employed. Isn't that what we want ultimately? To keep our people employed, to keep our businesses alive? Isn't that what we want? Don't we want our economy to grow? And so these are things we have to look at, Mr. President. It is not legislate just to legislate. We have to look at the entire impact the legislation has on everyone. I agree that these are special circumstances that call for special measures. But, Mr. President, as a government, there is the responsibility to protect the people of this country. And government has that ability by providing a safety net, Mr. President. And that is the position with this, Mr. President. We had 100,000 people unemployed. Will this lead to further unemployment? And how do we then help these people? How do we help them out of that predicament? And so, Mr. President, the anxiety is a real one. The concern is a real one, Mr. President. And it needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed. Mr. President, it's a matter of priority. It is a matter of determining how do we allocate our resources. In a time of pandemic, instead of giving loans, instead of giving projects out for $1.7 million to a minister's brother,
Senator,
Mr. President,
that's too wide. That's
Mr.
too
President,
wide. The bill is very specific.
Mr. President, the point is that at this point in time, during this pandemic, which this bill is seeking to address, the fact of the matter is that resources are still not being allocated on the people of this country. And that is the point, Mr. President. Whether they want to hear it or not, the resources are not being properly allocated to the people who need it the most. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have a fundamental question to ask. What happens, what prevents those employers who are going through hard times from now terminating their employees? They can do that. We can't tell them you cannot terminate your employees. This amendment is the alternative that we need. By my count, there are 5 attorneys in this room. I am sure, based on the discussion so far, at least 4 out of the 5 of us advised clients during the shutdown of these same alternatives. Employers throughout the country have called each and every one of us and asked, Payal, please help me. How do I not terminate 45 employees? 45. I do not want to send them home. They all have families. That is when you have to sit down and you need to come up with creative ways. Unfortunately, at the time of the previous shutdown, this amendment did not exist. So while I was advising the client, and not only myself, I'm sure all the other attorneys and all the other reasonable, sensible, educated employers in this room had the same idea. Let us sit down and determine a way how we can keep these employees employed. That alternative is right here on this paper. Let us sit down, have a discussion. Me and you, employer, employee, two of us must agree. Sit down, I will either reduce your hours and so reduce your wage with your agreement, or you can go home and during that period I suspend your pay, which is exactly what was advised during the lockdown. Several non-essential businesses were closed down. These non-essential businesses some employ more than 100 people. We could not expect them to continue paying their employees, but the idea is that you want to come to a mutually beneficial agreement between both parties, which is exactly what we advise. So I am certain that agreements currently exist under the same section 131, but the law did not allow for it. This amendment now makes those agreements legitimate. It helps persons to stay employed. I heard my friends speak, my colleagues speak about the law not setting out a mechanism. It sets out the main point. There must be agreement between the employer and the employee. We cannot set out the mechanism in the law because you don't want to put any conditions that would prevent the employer and the employee from coming to a mutually beneficial agreement. It is not for the employer to take advantage or for the employee to take advantage of the employer. Another thing, if you set out the mechanisms, then what are attorneys for? Let's be real. So, other than that, Mr. President, I heard my other colleagues say that it leaves no room for unions to bargain. There's nothing to bargain. It has to be a mutually agreed situation between employer and employee. If the employee is not satisfied, then the employer will say, unfortunately, we cannot come to an agreement. My business is not making any money. There is no other alternative. I am trying to work with you. Please work with me. These are unprecedented times. The business, every sector is affected. It cannot be that we narrow it down to a few sectors. Each and every sector has been affected. If money is not coming in, no business is profiting. So, again, the mechanisms, the bargaining, there's no need for that. This is a discussion, this is a contract between the employer and employee who are both looking out for each other's benefits. Lastly, Mr. President, with respect to my colleague saying, how do I as an employee know that I will be coming back in? These furlough amendments is exactly what helps you to feel reassured, knowing that I've not been terminated. I'm being sent home on leave as soon as things get better. In fact, not even as soon as things get better. As soon as the declaration is lifted, the state of emergency is lifted, or any measures taken under the health has been removed, you have to come back. We're not terminating you. You have to come back. And when you come back, none of your benefits have been affected. None. So you continue to accrue severance. You continue to accrue vacation. You continue to accrue every benefit that you are entitled to under the Labor Act. And as the Attorney General so rightly said, nothing prevents an aggrieved party from going to the Labor Commission if anything improper is done. As an attorney and as a senator for UDP, I 1000% support this amendment.
Senator Salas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have heard the comments up to now, and while I will agree and state that there are certainly positive elements to this bill, there are a couple areas that raise some questions, but we are disregarding a very important point in all of this. And I refer all of us to sections 19 to 25 of the Labor Act that pertain to the Labor Advisory Board. And there is a particular section that I want to read, section 20, that says that the Labor Advisory Board shall study and make recommendations to the Minister on all matters affecting workers. Now, while we understand the need for the amendments, these are Corona times. These are not normal times. These amendments have significant, substantial repercussions that, as I will try to show in a little while, can go way beyond these Corona times. Now, it was clear from the NTUCB press release that this matter was never raised at the Labor Advisory Board. A call into the chamber and discussion with my colleague, Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I confirmed that the first they heard of these amendments was when it was tabled at the House of Representatives. I stand to be corrected, but that's my understanding. Why I mention that is that the Labor Advisory Board is comprised of three separate categories of people: employers' representatives, workers' representatives, and government representatives. This makes up what we refer to as a tripartite social agreement. So it is essential, necessary, I consider it required for such consultation to occur. So whether or not the bill has good elements, in a way, is besides the point. We need to, as much as we can, preserve that tripartite social arrangement. Because as I mentioned, there are some things that can have repercussions beyond these current times. So what do I mean? If we look at part 2, the amendments to section 116, and I agree with the comments where my read of it, and I consulted with a couple of attorneys as well, is that you need the employees' agreement. You need it. I am an employer myself, and I understand what needs to be done in order to preserve jobs, preserve the business so that there could be jobs later on. So that speaks to that. But the amendments to section 116 leaves it open-ended as far as I interpret it. It says, an employer may, with the agreement of the employee, reduce the gross weekly wages of workers and the maximum weekly working hours as a result of A, the declaration of the state of public emergency, and B, measures taken under any other law to protect public health and public safety. Now, the question arises, if weekly wages and working hours have been reduced, what are the arrangements to start and build them back up to what they were before? And this is why it is important, in my mind, for the consultation to occur so that any concerns from the workers' representatives and employers' representatives could be discussed, dealt with. Because the way I look at it, if the consultation occurred and there was no agreement, I would feel more confident to support, because there was consultation. And consultation doesn't always result in consensus or agreement, but the effort should have been made. So you have to wonder if changes couldn't, in a sense, become permanent and go way beyond these times. In relation to the amendments to section 122, a release from the CWU made it clear that that union lobbied for this amendment. They lobbied for it. And I quote from their press release, it says, to regularize a long-standing tradition on the Belize waterfront. So, we could say that this particular amendment is a carve-out for the stevedores. But I have to ask, and I would like to refer us to some recommendations from the ILO. And with your permission, Mr. President, I would like to read a short paragraph from a document, ILO document entitled Working Time and Working Organization. It says, the subject of working time has been central to the work of the ILO since its inception, when it adopted the first of many international standards, the Hours of Work Convention. Some of the major challenges in this area remain those which have been important since the dawn of the industrial age. Excessive hours of work and the need to protect workers' health and safety by limiting working hours and providing adequate periods for rest and recuperation, including weekly rest, which are enshrined in international labor standards. Close quote. Now, there's a reason why the labor laws stipulate hours of rest. That is in the interest of the safety and health of workers. So now, this amendment, while it was lobbied by a particular union and is a carve-out for the stevedores, has repercussions way beyond that. And I have to ask, rather than, wouldn't it have been an option to create more employment opportunity, even though that would reduce the pie for certain for the stevedores? So that's a question that I put there. And the final amendment on section 131, leave without pay. This really aims to put in place something that the network that I represent has recommended, a furlough system, which is defined as a temporary leave of employees due to special needs and circumstances, which may be due to economic conditions, the likes of which we are facing right now. Now, as I had said at the beginning, while these amendments have some good elements, there are certain questions that remain, and the opportunity was not given in the consultation process, to address, discuss, and maybe assuage some of the concerns. So I believe that consultations would or could have picked up on some of these issues and resulted in a bill that counts with the support of the labor organizations, or at least employer organizations, or both the labor organizations and the employer organizations. And it is a real pity, Mr. President, that such consultation did not occur. Because while there are good elements to this, the consequences are vast. And that is why those sections were written into the Labor Act with the Labor Advisory Board. So if the consultation doesn't occur, then what is the use of having sections 19 to 25 in the Labor Act? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just an observation, really, or a few, I may say. I'm happy to hear that the AG has put on record for those employees that are anxious as a result of this amendment that their years of service will not be affected in any way. And I think the people of Belize needs to hear that, and hear that very clearly. I am also happy to hear from the AG, as he has put on record, that once there's issues, as always, employees and employers need to be able to utilize the mechanisms in the labor department in order to get things resolved. But I'd like to also emphasize what Senator Sala said. The cry from a lot of the union representatives was the fact that the consultation was not done. And I do believe that if the consultation was done, recommendation would have been coming from the grassroots people who are directly affected by this amendment. And as always, when we are operating, we tend to operate from a top-down kind of approach. And that is not the way we need to approach things in this time of high anxiety. We're just adding additional stress to our employees, and they are not necessarily functioning at their best, again, because they're concerned not because of just their health, but because of their livelihood. So it's imperative that a responsible government use the mechanisms that are in place, utilize the consultation process to be able to get the feedback that is needed to make an amendment that is beneficial for both employee and employees, employer and employees. One general observation from the amendment, though, is the fact that the labor law is riddled with time frame. Whenever there is a need for anything, the laws overall are riddled with time frame. And this one amendment in particular, to my mind, can be a little bit more tighter if a time frame is placed in there. Yes, I understand that processes and guidelines and the details, etc., is not needed and would not be recommended for the bill. However, as an employee, if I am being told of a certain time frame, then it gives me leeway for me to be able to act and act responsibly with my employer in order to get an agreement. And several times we move, again, as I said earlier, in other laws when we're making amendments. As lawmakers, we do not think about the extraneous factors. Extraneous factors can be intimidation from the employer as well as it can be from the employee. And these are things that we always have to keep at the forefront of our minds. Illnesses, I'm glad to hear again, like I said, that years of service is not going to be affected. And so that is just basically one of the main critiques I would like to put in regarding this bill. An additional comment, though, I would think forward thinking. Yes, we may not have the personnel on the ground to be able to do the necessary consultation, but we're in an era of ICT. Please, let's utilize the technology that are on the ground so that we can get input from our employees, from the unions, in order to, again, make informed decisions, to make informed amendments, so that we can have a very good or stable, as much as possible, situation considering COVID. I thank you.
Pastor Rock, Senator Rock.
Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to this amendment, to this section of the laws of the labor laws, no? It's unfortunate that such a simple set of words can throw people into such quandary and confusion. And it's interesting as well that this particular amendment was firstly championed by the union. I was a unionist myself one time, and I would tell you that unions are always very suspicious, and they are always looking for what they believe is the sinister motive behind things. I am pleased and relaxed when I read this document that there are words like "may." There are words like the employer and the employee can sit down and negotiate and talk about the business. I think we all have to agree that had it not been for COVID, we would not be talking about this law. At the end of the day, we're all here, and the real sinister issue about this whole amendment, the sinister issue is COVID. In the church, we have employees. And one of the things we do make sure is that we treat our brothers and sisters fairly, because we are our brothers and sisters' keepers. We are called to look after each other. In the same breath, I would say that when I read these amendments, I sense the motherly nature of the amendment coming out. Somebody trying to look after not just employers, but also employee. I feel that it is my responsibility to bring the balance where there's confusion in anything that is related to amendments and laws and so on. I feel that sometimes we choose a side and we decide, I'm going to stay on this side. But I feel it is unnecessary that if we're going to bring the true story to the Belizean people, we must give them both sides. We must let them see the entire side. And I don't, like I said, I don't believe that there's a sinister motive in this thing. I read the paper, and the paper says that after the state of emergency has subsided or has gone away, this amendment also disappears. And so, in light of what I've read, I am quite satisfied that the words are not shall, because shall is it gives a definite connotation. I feel that the amendments are made in principle, that it is up to the employer and the employee to go home, sit down, or go to the workplace, sit down, and decide on the process forward. I also feel that the Labor Act remains the stalwart document that the employee can go to if they feel that the employer is not being fair. So, as far as the amendments go, Mr. President, while some may think of it in very sinister motives or sinister intention, I think it is important that we understand why we are here and why we are debating amendment to this particular bill. I feel that all of this must be blamed on COVID. Because if COVID was not here and we were not having to deal with a COVID situation right now, we would not be debating this bill, or we would not be debating the amendment to this bill. And so I want you to know that, rest assured, the church supports the bill, because the bill, as we say, we don't think that there's a sinister motive enshrined in the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there is legitimacy in everything that was said previously, and there is concern. The travesty here is that there are mechanisms that we could have used, we could have deployed, we should have deployed. Even under law, we should have deployed to avoid the confusion and the discord and the division perhaps that has been created. And that is, of course, what my colleagues had referred to previously, the Labor Advisory Board. The first thing I did, of course, as I usually do when I get my papers, is send it to the business community that I represent for input. And to my dismay, the answer that I received was, this is the first time we're seeing this. And I sit, one of the members say, I sit on the Labor Advisory Board, and we have not seen this. With your permission, Mr. President, let me give you some context and backdrop to what perhaps has led us to where we are today. Back in March, when COVID came upon us and certain things started to happen, state of emergency, lockdown, etc., the business community organizations were flooded with questions and concerns from employers as how to deal with certain things that perhaps the law was a little gray on. And the frequently asked questions of the Labor Department were very limited and did not address, and perhaps understandably so, did not address some of the concerns and the present issues that employers were facing. How do we deal with certain things in this new reality? And the frequently asked questions, I think, had some 21 points. And the business community responded and said, look, here are 17 additional concerns that we have that we think you should address in your frequently asked questions, because these concerns are not addressed in what you have posted. So we submitted, as I said, 17 other concerns. And we did so through the kind offices of the business rep in the Prime Minister's office, and I think the Minister and the Prime Minister were privy to these concerns. And then, to the best of my information, formal communications did not proceed. As I said, these conversations started back in March. And again, we did not hear anything until, or certainly what I'm being told from the Chamber is that they were not privy to any proposed legislation along these lines. Mr. President, I think it is important for us to say that as responsible employers, or those responsible employers, are certainly aware that our employees are our most important resource and asset. I will not stand here to defend any employer that is using this situation to take advantage of employees. And there are many employers that came up with concerns that the law did not address. And I think today the law seeks to codify or regularize some of these issues that previously were not perhaps as clear or captured clearly into law. And I think the intent was genuine. I think the intent was to try and lend some security in some ways to employees in an insecure time. And they have to realize it. There's no security of tenure right now for nobody in the private sector. There's no guarantee that businesses will be in place, and there's no guarantee that you'll have a job tomorrow because of the economic reality. That is the reality that we live in. We do not have the power to tax. We're bound by competition, so we can't carry up our prices as we have a mind willy-nilly. Our income stream is not guaranteed. Nobody's income stream is guaranteed right now. So we are faced with the reality of survival. It's not because we want to fire our workers. On the contrary, what we've been doing is trying to find solutions where the benefits incurred remain and are not broken. I think there's some sections in the law here that perhaps needs a little bit more clarity when it speaks to the period of service and accrual of benefits of a person placed on leave in accordance with subsection 1 shall not be affected. I think it needs to be clear if this applies to their social security benefits as well, because that was one of the concerns we had. We can't continue to pay certain people, those businesses that close. Mr. President, those businesses that close down. We never want our employees started losing benefits of Social Security, but the law was very limited. The law said you have to be employed for 10 weeks or whatever. You know what the law is. Okay? So I can see where there's an effort to correct some of those things in this law and to give some sort of security. But prior to this, Mr. President, if we did not have an agreement with an employee in place, the only other option would be we'd have to fire the employee and pay them the benefits as the law prescribed. That was our only other option. So I think the law, it needs to be clear, and I'm somewhat disappointed really in the tone of the press release, especially of the NTUCB, that they did not reach out to us, where they are certainly implying that the business community has been getting special treatment, etc., etc. I agree with them, however, that we should have been consulted and that we weren't consulted. I agree with them that there has to be, from the government, this commitment to this tripartism, where government, employers, and employees representatives have committed to a process, and we need to respect that process. And we need to be consulted, and we need to meet and get together to work out so that everybody is secure as we go forward. And I agree that fair treatment for all needs to be a part of the formula. Right? Employees and employers in the public, in the private sector. We now have no security at tenure. Perhaps the unions are already used to having this security of tenure, and I think that, everybody is entitled to it. They should be blessed, lucky that they're blessed to have that. But for the rest of us here paying their salaries, we don't have that luxury. So when they talk about we are in this together, I agree we are in this together. Where is the sacrifice from them? It could be real. Where's the negotiation from them? Share in this burden. We all are in this together. We totally agree. And I don't think that this bill is skewed in any way to favor employers. I think it's designed. Yes, we should have consulted. Yes, it falls short, way short. But I think it's designed to lend employers some level of security. For example, let me tell you why it falls short. In section 2, it speaks to an employer may, with the agreement of the employee, reduce the gross weekly wages of workers and the maximum weekly working result as a result of a declared state of emergency under section 18, etc. And measures taken under any other law to protect public health and public safety. But the minute government makes a declaration and says we're no longer in a state of emergency, that doesn't mean the economy is going to rebound right away. So I may not be in a position that I'm going to be able to rehire the people that I have agreed, or we have agreed, will be put under this temporary position. Because the economy will not rebound automatically. Okay? So not by a declaration will things change, will my economic situation change. So it doesn't go far enough, in our view, to address many of the realities of employers. And trust me, I would love to get back to the stage where I could have all my employees and more. Mr. President, legal advice, we did ask for legal advice, by the way. And the legal advice supports what the Attorney General has said, that this law basically is keeping everything as is, unless both sides agree. And perhaps it should have gone a little farther, perhaps. And those suggestions could have come from that consultative mechanism that the law allows for. So I hope, in wrapping up, because my colleagues have contributed a lot of what I was going to say anyhow, I hope that we can see this body being put to use for what it was intended. And I hope that we can see subsequent pieces of amendments to the legislation being put in place that will be in the spirit of the tripartite agreement that we have, and in a spirit that we all understand and look at one another's genuine concerns and realities. Right? It is a travesty, in my view, and many that I represent, that the unemployment relief, for example, Mr. President, was not funneled through the business community. And by the way, that was one of the recommendations that we sent in early. Funneled through the employer so that we could supplement those that are unemployed, with some from us, some from government, and keep them engaged in productive employment. I understand now that that is being proposed under the MSME Minister program, and we are happy that that suggestion was put into place. And these are the types of things that we need to work on together, because we are going to continue to live through these difficult times, and it doesn't bode well that we have this spirit of division amongst us. And it really concerned me that the unions did not reach out to the business community but chose to attack them. Almost to say that, you and government, they scheme against us, like in the words of rap. Right? Now, if anybody knows better, business community and government, they scheme together at all. More anything almost. But again, Mr. President, we have to learn to reach out to one another. I agree, it was said earlier, and we do reach out. We do reach out in our press releases, in our communication, in our representation, in presentations we make in here, in conversations we have. But we need to learn to appreciate that we can all contribute, man. And especially when the law provides for it. Especially when the law provides for it. Right? And I reach out my hand, as I always do, to my union colleagues. When you're not sure, call me, man. They should have reached out to the business community before they attacked them. Right? Our employees are our greatest assets. We spend a lot of money training them. We invest a lot of money in our employees through Social Security, through other benefits. We need to look for fire them willy-nilly. Responsible employers don't do that. We need responsible employees. Right? We need employees that are dedicated, and I say thank God for many, and the AG called out my business so I could do so, right, Mr. President? I mean, thank God the South Side, we have people that are dedicated and say, boss, we understand. We understand we have to cut back hours because we lost 60% of our business when tourism went down. We agree that we have to take a pay cut. We don't want to fire nobody because you lose 60% of your business, you could lose 60% of your employees. No, we prefer to take a salary reduction. And I want to see that in the public service. I want to see that attitude in the public service. Right? Because the rest of us out here are still struggling. We haven't gotten a reduction in wages, we've gotten a reduction in income. Right? Sorry, we haven't gotten a reduction in tax rates. We have a reduction in income. We still have the same burden. And they're the only ones that still enjoy 100% of their salaries. And we have to build that gap sooner or later. Sooner or later. And to me, the sooner we do it, the better. Because when you look at the reality of what we are going through today and the predictions now, because now the economists are coming to their senses. First time they say, oh, they be short term, oh, you only be this, you only be that. Oh no. Right? Before we have any significant swing in our economy, it's going to be way down in 21. If we're lucky. Right? And what we're doing, we seem to be focused on just taking us through to the end of this year with as little pain as possible, but pain will come. And that is the travesty. We still refuse to deal with the largest single expenditure item in our budget in any meaningful way. And I don't know how long more government continue to juggle those balls in the air and back, because we run out of places to borrow. And now that we have a worsened credit rating, we can't borrow as easily as before. After this, the default. It affects labor because eventually, we can't continue to pay all of them. We just don't have it. We just don't have it. Because we are not willing to all share the pain. Right? And I think that I don't know where my colleagues get this entitled, view, Mr. President, that there's security in anything. So, Mr. President, while this law, in our view, does not change very much in reality. As I said, it just codifies what has been existing. There's an opportunity here for us to come back together, to call the players around the table, and to see how we can protect both sides. Because we need to work together. We really and truly need to work together if our economy is going to turn around, if businesses are going to survive and make money. God also will be able to hire more people, right? And goodness knows how many people we have to hire. So make we not start this division business. Make we all seriously start to put in our pound of flesh and work towards finding solutions to bring about this economy back to where it should be. Because it's going to take all of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Barnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Is this on? Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm sorry. I have listened very keenly to the presentations by my colleagues and some very important points have been made. I think that the most critical point that has been made is about the need for us to always be willing to engage in consultation with our partners on all matters that are of significance to all of us. And I want to say that I agree. I want to say that there are times when all of us falter in this, and if this is one of those occasions where we could have done a lot more consultation, that is accepted. But there's a larger context in which all of this discussion is taking place that I think I need to put on the table. Let me say first of all that the Ministry of Labor, the Labor Department, is involved on many fronts right now. It's incredible as other people's workload seem to have declined, as certain parts of the economy seem to have slowed down. In the Ministry of Labor, it's increased 300-400%, because that's the rate at which we get complaints, that's the rate at which we get questions for us to provide answers to, that's the rate at which we're asked to become involved in difficult conversations between employers and employees. And so it's been a really heavy time for the staff of the Labor Department. And as I say that, let me just say one of the more difficult conversations that we've been having in the last few days. It's with the University of Belize and the management and its newly registered union, and we had a very long meeting yesterday, 4 hours of meeting. At the end of the meeting, I indicated to the two sides that it's their discussion, it's their relationship, they are figuring it out. So I won't speak to the meat of the matter, they will discuss that in their own time. But the meetings yesterday, if I may, were really very positive. And the only thing I will say in this context is that as a result of the consultation, as a result of the discussion, it appears that we are realizing that we agree on more than we disagree on. And so a good basis for further discussion, for further review of the issues on the table, I believe, has been laid, and we're going to see it play out as we move ahead. The Labor Department and the Ministry of Labor, as I said to them and as I say to both sides whenever we are called to try and bring people together, our role is not to mediate. Our role is not to tell people what to do. Our role is to encourage the two sides to get together and sort out whatever issues they face, and yesterday that's what we did, and we are very hopeful that in fact they are going to be able to sort their matters out in the interest of the university, in the interest of the students in particular, but also in the interest of the country as a whole. So, but it's their discussion, so they will speak to the meat of the matter in due course. And let me also say that the spirit of tripartism is not only set out in the law in the functioning of the Labor Advisory Board. In relation to the Labor Advisory Board, there are a lot of matters, legal matters, in fact, that they have on their agenda that they simply have not been able to deal with because of the constraints, not only around COVID, but of time and everything else. But that Labor Advisory Board functions. There were issues a little bit earlier because of the registration of the same UB union earlier this year, but we're sorting those out. But I want to say, when we're talking about consultation and tripartism, it is not only government reaching out, but it's also unions and business sector reaching back and to each other. It's not a one-way thing. It's not only government needing to be quote-unquote responsible in this, but our labor sector and our business sector also have to be equally responsible and equally responsive, if I may say. And to give you an example, and I was relating this to Senator Smith when we were in the members' room a while ago. We recently had to set up the Essential Services Tribunal. We wrote to business community, chamber, we wrote to the labor sector, the NTUCB. We got an immediate response from the business community. We needed to set up this tribunal with some urgency. And we were reaching the point where we were about to set it up and leave the little space empty for the NTUCB because we just did not get a response. We just didn't. And in fact, what really upset my staff at the time is that even as we were waiting for a response, there were moves to have demonstrations in front of the Labor Department because we were not doing what we were supposed to do. That's what we were told the demonstrations were for, organized by the NTUCB. And so I took on to call. I said, but what are you doing? What you need to do is to send that name so we can establish this body, so this body can deal with the very issue that you want to demonstrate about. And I laid that out not to quarrel with the union, not to quarrel with the NTUCB, but to say that the spirit of consultation, collaboration, respect for one another, acting responsibly, works in both directions. It is not something that only government needs to do, but everybody needs to exercise the responsibility that they are under the law required to exercise. Because in that particular case, we can't set up the tribunal if there isn't a representative from the union on it. It just would not have the composition set out in the law. So I say that because I don't want it to be ever believed that there isn't a desire for consultation and collaboration. I would never want it to be believed that the Labor Department, the Labor Ministry, or this person who is responsible for seeing to the day-to-day administration of all of this is not deeply committed to collaboration and consultation, but it has to run in both directions. You cannot, it is not a thing that only goes in one direction. There's a particular issue that really bothers me, and it's taken on greater importance in this COVID time. It's related to the occupational safety and health legislation or lack thereof. You would know that legislation was brought to the House 2012, was it for 2014? But the last time it was brought was in 2014. And when it went to committee, it was taken over by the labor and the business community, because they are the two stakeholders who are responsible there. And the idea was, the agreement was, the understanding was that these two would come to agreement, would review the bill, come to agreement on changes that should be considered by the National Assembly. I think it was in September of last year when we had a terrible accident when some young men fell off faulty scaffolding. The matter came up again in the public discourse, and I put pen to paper and I wrote separately both to the NTUCB and the BCCI and said, you all, where are you going with this? We have an agreement. You all are supposed to discuss and bring the legislation, suggestions to review the legislation. And I got a letter written jointly, in fact, NTUCB and BCCI, logo on the same sheet of paper, signed by their president, saying we are working on it, we have established a committee, we expect that it will be completed by November of this year, maybe that's last year. We need a little time. Well, we are now in August, coming up to September, which will make it a year since I wrote, and we've heard nothing. Now at this time, when our frontline workers or health people who are needing to have the support of law, if I may put it like that, in terms of exposure to damaging circumstances, we have nothing on the books. We are still waiting for that, and I only relate this because as I say, consultation and discussion, it's a matter of both sides. It's not something that only government does. I don't know how far along the review process is. I have now written and asked for an update because a decision will have to be taken at some point. What do? We need proper legislation to protect workers in the area of occupational safety and health. It's as basic as that. How we do it is something we need to work out. But as it stands, the two key stakeholders have agreed and are working on that review, and government is not, in terms of the Labor Department, is not involved in that, but we're going to have to make a decision at some point because the responsibility does lie with government to follow up. And if not government before the election, government after the election will have to deal with it. Having said that, let me talk a little bit about the context in which this labor amendment bill came into being. And as my colleagues have said before, and I want to confirm, since March of this year, when we began to feel the impact of the COVID pandemic on the economy, we have had many thousands of workers call our Labor Department. We have had hundreds of employers call asking for advice on what they can and cannot do. We have had discussions through the EDC in the Prime Minister's office. We've had discussions with individual members of unions, though not with either the business community directly or with the labor organizations directly. The reality is that up to the end of last month, we had maybe a little bit less than 5,000 workers who asked for advice, just asked for advice, not making complaints. Some of them are in the nature of complaints, but asked for advice on how they should treat with requests from their employers to cut their pay, to send them on leave, or force them to take leave early, or leave on. And the reality is that none of our legislation foresees a pandemic of the type that we're going through. There's no legislation anywhere on any of our books that speaks to that. And the Labor Act in particular does not contemplate this kind of disaster at all. It just doesn't. The workers that I'm indicating reached out to the Ministry of Labor, of course, would be private sector workers. We're not talking about public officers, we're not talking about teachers, we're not talking about the employees of any of the statutory corporations such as Social Security Board or Central Bank, or any, because no job losses have been experienced in those categories of workers, which primarily workers in the private sector. The employers as well who reached out for assistance, who reached out for advice, are employers from the private sector, necessarily so. And there is very little that you can advise either side to do except to follow the law. And there is not a lot of scope, there's not a lot of flexibility in the law in terms of assisting either employers or employees to carve out a way of surviving this pandemic. And I put employers and employees together in the same group because to the extent that businesses survive, jobs survive. And we had employees who would say to us, but we want to agree to a reduction in pay, but we want to understand how it would work, and we have to follow the law. We can't tell them to do anything other than the law provides. So we were not in a position to offer any advice on how to approach employers that wanted to reduce work hours or gross pay per week, because as the law says, 116.2, the gross weekly wages of workers shall not be reduced as a result of the reduction in maximum weekly working hours. That's a prohibition. Shall not be reduced. And therefore, the constraint facing both employers and employees is a matter that was of great concern to us, because we don't know how long this pandemic will last. We don't know the time frame within which all of this may be sorted out, because we're living in a time of great uncertainty. We just don't know. Many of the employees who spoke to us said to us that under these kinds of circumstances, when they don't know if and when, for example, tourism will return, they would prefer to be able to accept a lower wage or even a leave without pay if they knew that they would be able to count on having a job on an ongoing basis or when the situation passed. And so what we have been doing is to encourage them, have a conversation with your employer. Most employers appeared to be in a frame of mind to work with their employees, those that came to us. I cannot speak for those that did not come to us. I can only speak for the ones who came to us and have that conversation about how they could structure their employment relations so that their business could survive the pandemic and they could continue to count on the employees that were essential to them being able to provide the good or service through which they made living for everybody. So that's the context in which all of this was taking place. What the pandemic has done is really raise the issue of how do you make special arrangements only for this very special period that would allow both your employers and your employees to feel reasonably confident that they are not being taken advantage of without consultation, or that they are being prejudiced from continuing to earn their living or operate their business beyond the pandemic. So these amendments that are here, and I'm speaking specifically about the amendment to section 116 and the amendment and the new insertion of the provision for furlough, those are really responding to those comments, those indications from employers and employees that they needed greater flexibility in order to be able to make informed decisions about what they would do. And I'll tell you, some employers who asked, I said, well, I could give you advice as an individual. As a minister, I have to tell you, follow the law. If you want a different kind of advice, I would tell you, whatever you do, make sure you do it in writing, because at the end of the day, if you end up in front of the court, whatever you agree to, you need to have it in writing. From the point of view of the employees, same kind of advice. Whatever you agree to, make sure you agree to in the writing, because at the end of the day, all of those agreements that we are pretty sure have been taking place, because some employers and some employees have said that this is what we've done, there is not the legal basis for these agreements to have been implemented. And so now this amendment is providing the legal framework within which those agreements can take place. So this legislation is really not custom built for employers at all. It is providing for the needs of both the employers and the employees, so that together they are able now legally to change their terms of employment by reducing hours and reducing wages if they can come to an agreement on that. It does not provide the employer with the ability to do it unilaterally. It does not provide the employer with the ability to send you home on furlough and then bring you back at any other point than the point at which you left, so that you do not lose any of your accrued benefits in regards to severance and that sort of thing under the provisions of this. But it does provide the scope legally for employers and employees to agree to vary their terms of employment in that way. The other provision in this amendment that I would want to speak to just a little bit is the part that we refer to as the CWU part. It's really not the CWU part, it's specific to the stevedores. And last year we had, by statutory instrument, exempted stevedores from the requirement of the hours of work part of the law. That was by request, specific request from them, because they were in negotiations with their employer, the PBL, and this was a matter that was of great concern, because they were being, as we were seeing, they were being pressured to accept what was in the law, when what was in the law was not in keeping with how the work of stevedoring has traditionally been done in the country. We could have done that by statutory instrument, because that particular provision already provides for it to be exempted by statutory instrument. But as regard the hours of rest, there is no provision for anybody to be exempted from that by statutory instrument. And so what this is allowing is for the hours of rest to be treated in the same way as we treat the hours of work. And so once this is passed, we'll be able to review and exempt stevedores from the provision of the hours of rest. And please understand, this is not the Ministry of Labor or the government of Belize telling stevedores you have to go there and work for 48 hours and not. That nobody is telling them that. We are acknowledging that for as long as we've been having big ships come out there, stevedores have been going out on boats, staying out on those ships out there for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, as long as it took to unload a ship. They would be out there and the little boats would ply back and forth to the city to unload cargo. That's how it's always been. When the pierhead was built, ships could then come up to the pierhead and we could begin to see containerized cargo and different kinds of operations at the pierhead. This is the way it's always been. It's not to say it's good or to say it's bad, but this is the way that the stevedores have made their living for generations. And anybody who has a father, uncle, or cousin who was a stevedore understands that this is the way it's always been. What we are saying to Christian Workers Union, for the stevedores, and Port of Belize as the employers, you now have to sit together and negotiate and agree on what is a reasonable work schedule that takes into account the need for certainty of income for the Christian Workers Union, the need to respect the need for rest, the need for food, the need for all of those things that workers would normally need to be assured of when they're working any job, but particularly those really heavy-duty manual type of labor. And so we're expecting that they will be seeking to negotiate this, to agree on what would be reasonable and implementable that will allow cargo to be discharged efficiently and effectively, and to allow the operations at the port to be able to be carried on in a reasonable way. Because at the end of the day, as I say to both sides whenever we're in a discussion, the port is the lifeline. That's the blood through which goods flow. That's the vein through which the goods flow in and out. We require that the port be operated as efficiently and as effectively as possible. And so we're hoping that the good relations that began to be established when they signed the collective bargaining agreement a couple weeks ago will continue, and that they will be able to find a solution to solve the issue of hours of work, hours of rest, rotation of work gangs through the port, in order that business activity generally in the country that flows through the port can continue. And so, Mr. President, that's the background and the explanation to these various amendments that we're doing here. And we're hoping that as we move ahead, the spirit of consultation and collaboration will be taken seriously by all parties, not only by government, by all parties. I give my personal commitment. I make myself available as often as I can in order to have discussions with both sides, whether it is in terms of the union and business community, or within the context of an employment body, within the context of a business, the employer and the employees. And so consultation, collaboration, we're committed to it. Let us all commit to it, and let us all get it done, because that's what it will take. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, in wrapping up this debate, it's been a long debate. Just a few points. I think my colleagues, both the Honorable Attorney General and the Minister of Labor, has done a wonderful job in explaining, but there are just a few points. There's an old saying, I hope I get it right, that the good should never become the enemy of the best. And in that vein, or the other way around, Senator is saying to me, in that vein, I simply want to say that all this is an enabling piece of legislation to facilitate harmony in the workplace during the period of emergency. That's all it is. I read a motion at the beginning of the meeting which extends the period of emergency to September the 4th. So this piece of legislation, both clauses 2 and clause 4, which deals with section 116 and section 131, becomes redundant after September the 4th. It's 2 weeks. That's all it is. And why is that? That is because the government did 2 things. It had to declare a state of emergency. But when it declared a state of emergency, it said to some businesses, you close, done. Never had no choice. Bam, digging, whop. All those little people with taco stand and everything shut down. Restaurant shut down. So if you had 4, 5, 6 people, they cook and they help you, what you do with them? Have them hang around for the period of time? And you pay them and you know they make no money and no income they come in? But what did the government do? The government initially also said to those people, we are giving you $150 every 2 weeks. And Senator Barnett was charged with that responsibility, together with Mr. Chris Coit, to try to work that. I think about 40,000 people are thereabouts. 45, yeah? But those are not the employers, you know. There's no just consideration for the employers. And I can tell you in the farming community, where most of them are employers, we are just now coming up with $8 million to help me. But what did you do in that period of time? So you would have called in your employee and you would have said, look, boss, government shut me down, what I want to do? The common sense, really. I don't got the dinero, I can't pay where I do it. You go hang around at my place for sit down wrong, for do what? When with the social distance or with the stay in your yard? So I go home, but I can't pay you. So, what then happens? This enables that negotiation for the next 2 weeks right now, starting tomorrow, to say, listen, you close down again. But 2 things will happen. I could keep you on 1 day pay. I could keep you on 1 day pay, could give you a little money that all I could afford, or I not pay you none at all. But you know you lose your job. So as soon as this done, we bounce back. And you know lose none of your benefits. Benefits are a lot of things, you know. There's severance, there's holiday, there's all kind of thing, a lot of benefits. But the underlying thing we have to begin to understand, and when I was Minister of Labour, I tried to make the point, and this goes for all the working people, we must remove from our minds this concept of the old servile days when you worked for the boss and he could whip you and he could this and that. That day is gone, you know. You work with people, man. It's always a partnership. You sell your time, you sell your skill for remuneration for yourself to improve your standard and your basis. Yes, people bond together in unions to help to do that and to prevent exploitation. But in my period of time as Minister of Labour, I could say, and also as an employer for many, many years, long before I was in this business here, that the majority of employers understand that, you know, they work with the most important resource, that is the human resource. So this kind of intimidation that, oh, the employers will forget you, etc., not true. But this piece of legislation enables what could not happen before. It couldn't cut you off, it couldn't cut your pay, it couldn't lay you off, and all of that. But this ends September the 4th. This ends September the 4th. And that is all we're talking about. I move the question.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Labor Act, Chapter 297 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for employers to reduce wages where the working hours of an employee have been reduced in special circumstances, to provide for leave of absence without pay in special circumstances, to provide for exemptions from the period of night rest, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, can you say aye? Aye. Those against, can you say no? I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Labour Act, Chapter 297 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for employers to reduce wages where the working hours of an employee have been reduced in special circumstances, to provide for leave of absence without pay in special circumstances, to provide for exemption from the period of night rest, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole Senate on Motions and Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motions referred to it, and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the committee of the whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then as chairman of the committee of the whole Senate. And the gallery will be cleared.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Resolution authorizing the accession by Belize to the agreement establishing the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security Motion 2020. Mr. President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution authorizing the accession by Belize to the agreement establishing the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, Motion 2020, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorize the government of Belize to accede to the agreement establishing the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the leader of government business.
Extending the period of public emergency in the country of Belize declared by proclamation of the Governor General on the 6th of August 2020, Motion 2020. Mr. President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the extending the period of public emergency in the country of Belize declared by proclamation of the Governor General on the 6th of August 2020, Motion 2020, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
The honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this honorable House, being satisfied that a period of public emergency persists in the entire country of Belize as a result of the outbreak of the infectious disease known as COVID-19, hereby extends the period of public emergency in the country of Belize for a further period of 14 days. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Reporting and third reading of bills.
I recognize the leader of government business.
General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, number 3 Bill of 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, number 3 Bill of 2020 and pass it without amendment. I now move that that bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st day of March 2021.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Crime Control and Criminal Justice Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Amendment Bill of 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move that the bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Act, Chapter 102 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the offenses for which a magistrate shall not grant bail and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Act, Chapter 102 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the offenses for which a magistrate shall not grant bail and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Customs Regulation Amendment Bill of 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Customs Regulation Amendment Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move that that bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to remove the imposition of a fine as a penalty for certain offenses and replace it with mandatory imprisonment and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition, to remove the imposition of a fine as a penalty for certain offenses and replace it with mandatory imprisonment and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Labor Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Labor Amendment Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move that the bill be read a third time. With correction.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Labor Act, Chapter 297 of the Substantive Laws of Belize Revised Edition, to provide for employers to reduce wages where the working hours of an employee have been reduced in special circumstances, to provide for leave of absence without pay in special circumstances, to provide for exemptions from the period of night rest, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Labor Act, Chapter 297 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for employers to reduce wages where the working hours of an employee have been reduced in special circumstances, to provide for leave of absence without pay in special circumstances, to provide for the exemption from the period of night rest, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate stands now adjourned.